Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
No, sir. I just checked in. Just dropped my dad off at the house after the VA and lunch, and he's happy. And now I get to go take Mr. Zeke to get his nails done.
Oh, good for him.
How are you
And
today?
I'm doing good.
Same run as yesterday?
Yeah, finishing it up. I stopped for the storm and let them get the roads clear. Now I'm almost ready to deliver.
Nice. So do you only have one run a day, or are they going to give you a second one?
I can't make that type of a generalization.
No. Man, it's almost like having a 9-to-5 job.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly not going to risk anything.
It's understandable. So you guys got a lot of snow last night? Is that?
About 6 inches. But with everything Kansas, it's not the weather, it's the fucking wind.
I heard that it blows in Kansas.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
What do you know?
Oh, just trying to get across the street without getting broadsided. What do you know?
One step after the other.
Yeah. Good God, can you fucking drive more than fucking 5 miles an hour, you old piece of shit? Anyways.
Now that you're done with your tantrum.
Say that again?
I said, now that you're done with your tantrum. Screaming at that old person.
Wow.
No, I just called the dispatcher in Fort Worth and I said, hey, do you have another locomotive for us up here since we have one sitting dead and drained waiting to get changed out? Well, I haven't heard back from the chief yet. I said, well, I'm going to be off duty here in about 40 minutes. So you need to find out because otherwise it's Friday and you'll have one set to work the whole weekend. And if that goes down, we'll all be screwed. He's like, yeah, I'll go talk to him. I said, good, call me back, please. So I thought, well, while I'm waiting, I'm just going to cook me a nice ribeye steak and wait for the phone call. I told him, well, there was a train that just went by and it had a motor that I could have used that was on the back of it.
Hey, I'm going to let you guys go for a bit. I'm fucking took the wrong fucking turn, and I've got to figure this shit out. Hey, thanks for calling in, Abe. Good to hear you're fucking okay. But,
all right. I guess I'll dip out too. I got a steak cooking. Grinch, hold down the fort.
Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator.
All right, I'm back.
All
I
right.
fucking I got fucking sidetracked into a residential area, and my pucker factor always goes up when that happens.
I can understand that. It's a blistering 22 degrees here.
Woohoo! That's 28 here.
I left this morning at 9, about 9:15, and it was 5 degrees.
Yikes. That's a little chilly.
But everything's good.
Good.
I just love a gray, overcast sky. That just really makes you want to do stuff. Mm-mm-mm.
I knew that was fucked up. I'm glad I didn't follow its directions. All right, brothers, I'll be right back. I can load you right there. Yeah, you tell her. No, that's not for you. Neither is this. Honey. Yo, Rafter. Hello, SCE. Hello, Ian. HR. James. I think that's everybody I can see. I am going to make a phone call. Hopefully it doesn't drop. So. All right, I'm back. I have to finish doing my paperwork. Walmart has a call center in fucking India, it sounds like. I don't need any of your fucking warnings, Mr. Truck. And let's see if the local Walmart will be a better place to call because they couldn't do anything for me. Hey, Drew, press 1 for curry is right. Be right back. Hopefully I don't drop again. All right, I'm back. I need to mess with my landing gear and take Sam outside, and I'll be back to drive in just a few moments. Do I dare show them the power of the pig butt at the China Walk buffet? I think not. I don't think they can handle that. And you might be asking, hey, Brandon, why didn't you stop and help that lady dig her car out of the ditch? Our def tank is low, so fill up. We'll fill a few while we're at it. There's a fuel station rest area thing up the road here. We have it in the center. This might be it coming up, but that might be a few more miles. I don't know. We have the blue sign of urination, but it looks like it's more like a parking spot board. Within the hour it took us to, or hour and a half it took us to get down there and back. The roads have really gotten much, much, much better. So it's 5 miles. You don't want to let your fucking DEF run dry. Diesel exhaust fluid. It will fuck up your truck. That filter plug. Whoa. Bad things. Where is this fucking thing? Ah, I see it now. Hey, CR England! You fat fuck! Fuck this, I'm going down the next one. I'm not gonna wait around all day for these fucking inconsiderate sons of bitches to fucking get done getting themselves a fucking cheeseburger and a soda water. Motherfuckers. You know, I might be a fat fuck myself, but I don't fucking park as close to the store as possible, just so I don't have to fucking walk an extra 50 feet. You know, blocking up the fuel line, keeping the aisle, and keeping everybody else from fucking working. That's pretty fucking shitty. Pretty shitty. It violates the trucker code of ethics. Of course, it was a fucking woman. Wearing a diaper, I might add. Imagine fucking having to wear a diaper because you can't hold your mud. Fuck. I can see it if you're fucking 90. You know, but fuck. Just to do your job, you gotta wear a fucking diaper. Good God. Go wait tables. Have you come to comment upon diaper wearing?
Well, I was going to say, like a bad rash, I have returned.
Ah, okay.
Did not get the nails trimmed.
Oh, no.
He freaked out. He wanted to bite everybody. He even nipped at Cindy. The only one he doesn't nip at is me. And all he wanted to do was snuggle with me. So,
Well, you may have to trim his nails yourself.
Yep, that's what we're going to try. And a lot of walking on the asphalt to break his nails down.
Yeah.
Yep. So the vet herself said that the only way they would do it is if they put him to sleep.
Sedated. Yeah. I don't blame him.
And I don't. That's not fair for him, and it's not good for him, and it's not fair to the doctor.
No.
Nope. I will find another way. But he lets me touch his paws. So I'm like the only one he doesn't give a grief to about that. I touch all his paws, whenever I'm petting him. I'll start at the neck and the belly, and I'll make sure I touch all his paws so he trusts me.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I have some time. The vet tech was saying that his nails are getting to the point that they're long, but just keep walking them on the asphalt will grind them down. And I'll see what I can do. I have the clippers, but
I know it's nerve-wracking. I do it to Sam too. He at least puts up with it, but every time I do it, I'm afraid I'm going to get, the live part.
The quick,
hurt him.
Yep.
Yeah. And his nails are black, so you can't see shit.
Yeah, Zeke's are half black, half white. Because he has the white socks of a boxer.
Right. But if you ever see us take a hotel, That's what we're doing because I'm not about ready to do that in the truck. 'Cause the last thing we do in the hotel room is fucking trim Sam's nails.
Yeah.
Is on Sam's, since they're black, uh, I fucking start really far out and then progressively work my way back.
Hmm.
And as soon as you see that little white fucking dot in the middle, it's time to stop.
So what's up with the diapers? I didn't know that Hamster was on
There's
the.
a fucking CR England driver parked her truck blocking up the fuel island and was in there fucking taking her 30-minute break. I know she was fucking taking her 30-minute break in her fucking truck. And then she gets out of her truck, didn't fucking even attempt to pump fuel, and walks into the fucking store to go get herself a cheeseburger and a soda water
While blocking a pump.
while blocking a pump.
What a bitch.
And there was fucking, I would say, at least 75 empty parking spots.
Did anybody say anything to her?
I did. I gave her the honk and called her a fat fuck.
Oh,
Didn't stop her,
tremendous.
though. Didn't fucking stop her.
Bravo. Bravo. I like it. That is just it's just wrong.
It violates the trucker code, is what it is.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
Everybody's out here trying to make a living, and it's not fucking set up for your convenience. And if we don't fucking help each other out, we're all going to fucking pay the price. Slowing down. Now, normally I'm on a fucking pay by the mile, and that's what 95% of the guys out here are.
Yeah.
Today, and while I'm working for Walmart, I get paid a fixed amount every day, no matter how far I drive.
Huh?
And I know the people behind me are pissed because I'm maxed out on my governor, and I'm going maybe a half a mile faster than this fucking Crete guy that I'm overtaking. And they're all probably like, what the fuck, man? Get out of the left lane, you fucking slow bastard.
Well, that's what I would be saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'd be saying.
But you just don't slow down to...
No, you can't.
Yeah. We call this a drag race.
Oh, I thought that was when Kush and Bullets were running in the yard together.
In heels.
Just a rhinestone drag race.
Yeah.
But you're getting them. You're getting them.
Yeah, eventually.
Christmas is coming too. I normally don't bitch about trucks too much because I know that their reality is different than mine on the road.
Yeah, this is work.
Well, if you're trying to pass that truck and it's going to take you a little bit, I understand that. But the guys that just ride in the left lane nonstop,
Oh, yeah.
and even when they could move over, and now I have to go in the right lane and go around you to get in front of you, that's the guy I don't like.
Yeah, that's the guy I don't like either.
Yeah, that's
I try not to be that guy.
you know. I try to stay away from the trucks, off their rear bumper so that they know where I'm at. And I
Yeah,
try,
I
but
really, I figure the back end of the truck is your business.
and at the same time, I try to keep such a distance that makes it hard for somebody to pass me on the right to try to fit in. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Uh, but the ones I try to protect the most are the motorcyclists.
Yeah.
If they're just cruising along, I'll get into a nice distance behind them, and I'll just stay there so that nobody can get in. But when I was coming back from the hospital with my dad, I was coming down the one road is a main artery in the city of Pittsburgh.
Uh-huh.
So it's 2 lanes inbound, 2 lanes outbound. Potholes everywhere. It's beautiful. And there's lights on it. Every third block has a traffic light.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it sucks. So I'm heading back into town. Me and my dad, I took my dad out to lunch like I try to do when I take him, nice time, just the two of us. And this car is, I'm within 100 feet of the intersection. Makes this left turn right in front of me. And when he
Right.
makes the left turn, as soon as he pulls into that road, realizes that there's nowhere for him to go. And 50% of his car is in my lane
Right.
at 50 miles an hour. And I got a 6,000-pound SUV and he got a Honda Civic.
In the snow.
No, it was clear like what you have now.
Oh, okay.
So I lay on the horn, and the dude actually moved his car by hitting the car in front of him to get out of my way.
Oh, God.
Because I couldn't move into the left lane because there was a car not right beside me, but off my rear quarter. So there would not have been time for me to react without him running into me. So, I don't know what he got out of trying to cut me off and making that left turn. He didn't gain anything.
Yeah. You gained higher insurance fucking rate.
But if he would have just stopped at the
you
intersection. Huh?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. My phone is being funny. It automatically put me on mute.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Alexa, mute Brandon's phone.
Actually, it's Siri, and I have to tell it reset.
I don't use either, so.
Oh, it's a godsend when you're driving.
Oh, I'm sure. But I don't use either on my phone.
Yeah.
If I'm in my car, if I'm in the Armada or my F-150, I just hit a button on the steering wheel, and then I do the voice. I can do voice commands through that. So for my phone, so
Yeah.
But when I'm
I
if I'm in a vehicle, I want to listen to music when I drive.
yeah. If I wanted to, I could link up with the stereo in here
Mm-hmm.
and play music. It's like last night I listened to Jim Croce's greatest hits.
Hmm.
Hadn't heard that for a long time, and I was feeling mellow in the snow.
If I'm feeling mellow, I would I'm more of a like an America.
Yeah.
I like them. Yeah. But I'm usually not in that mood, so
Did you know they were Canadian?
America?
Yeah.
Are they really? I never knew that.
Yeah.
It's only two guys.
Yeah. And their song, fucking Horse with No Name, only has 2 chords. It's the only song to reach #1 that didn't have at least a 3-chord structure.
Uh, I love that song, Horse with No Name.
It's about heroin, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. They must be having a snow day today because I see lots and lots of kids out riding their sleds.
Hmm. So I Googled Band America from Canada, and it says no. America is a British/American rock band. The members were
Huh.
all born in the United States or England and met in London in 1970.
Okay. Well, my fucking trivia was wrong. Oh no, God forbid.
They won a Grammy for Best New Artist in 72, and their popularity declined in the 90s. Huh. Everybody's popularity declined in the 90s except Pantera's to all the grunge stuff.
Well, fucking, you could never even begin to think that America was heavy.
No, they're like a folk kind of band.
Yeah.
I've seen them in concert.
Cool.
I do like them. I've always liked their music.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
I
not the
have.
biggest
I've never seen him in
folk music
concert.
guy. Well, I guess there's only two members left alive, and they had them on. They had a QED special last year. You know, the public television.
Nope. Don't watch it.
Well, that's what they did. They had a public television hour-long concert that they stretch into 2 hours with, you know, begging for money.
Yeah. Oh, they put them out in their walkers, handed them guitars.
Pretty much, yeah. That's just like the Moody Blues. Same thing. Now that's a band that I've always loved. The Moody Blues. Yeah.
I like their stuff from the mid '60s to the early '70s. After that, I could do without them. But like their Moody Blues album that came out in the 1980s, I didn't care
Mhm.
for.
They
But
were like one of the first prog rock bands.
yeah, but
I
what was
love
it?
prog rock.
Days of Future Past or something like
Yes.
that.
That's their big
That
album.
album, that album was fucking awesome.
Yeah. That had Nights in White Satin. That was the big hit on that. coming home, I was listening to my satellite radio, and they had a studio version of just the guitar and mandolin of Going to California from Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Oh, whew. Boy, was that good from 72. John Paul Jones and Jimmy Page playing together. Oh, tremendous. I like that. I'm a diehard Zeppelin guy.
Oh yeah.
Growing up when I was like a
My
teenager.
first wife fucking got my box set. I'm still pissed off about that. Because remember the Zeppelin box set came out about 2002.
Yeah.
So, 100 and something bucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's community property. We bought it together.
Well,
You don't
know
even fucking listen to Zeppelin, you bitch.
Well, the question is, did you get her box set?
I got 3 out of the box.
What'd Sammy Hagar say? It's a 3 lock box.
Well, it wasn't locked.
It wasn't locked. And it probably it doesn't take much to crack them open.
Yeah.
One of the MGTOW channels was busting on this British only fans girl, saying, yeah, she's got an 800 body count, a 2,000 head count. I'm like, oh, God. What the hell?
And
oh, my goodness.
She's proud of that. Why?
I wish I knew. I don't understand any of these young girls. I just don't get it. Not at all. I'm just so glad my daughter is not that way. My daughter is not materialistic. She just takes care of her family, does what she's supposed to do. I got a call from my grandson last night, wanting to know if I would mind if he changed guitar teachers. I said, why would I be upset? Or do you think you're not learning from him? And he said, well, we never get one-on-one. It's always in a group setting with 8 to 12 kids.
Well,
if I'm going to
blame your grandson at all.
No. And what I told him was, I know it's something you and I talk about a lot, but this is your hobby. You have to be passionate about it. And he said, I love playing guitar. And I said, okay. So then you need to find the teacher that gives you what you want and what you need. And I don't care, because where you go, I'm going to support you in your hobby. That's our thing. But the decisions you make are important because it's your hobby. I appreciate you calling and asking, but you find it, because he found a couple kids, he's a freshman in high school this year. So he found a couple other kids, like 5 or 6 other kids in his class that play guitar, and they get together and jam together. So he's learning stuff from them, and and they're learning from him, and I'm really happy for him. But if I wasn't getting one-on-one instruction, I'd be pissed. You spend all that money, It should be one on, I could understand, maybe once a month they have a big class, but you should get your half hour or an hour class every Wednesday.
Yeah, because you're not
How?
getting your money. You're not getting your money's worth if you're paying for private lessons.
Yeah. Yep. So he said he's going to start looking and find out where the other kids go, and the one kid that's his age, that's 14, has been playing since he was 7.
Yeah.
He's like, Pappy, he's so good. He sounds just like all the guys on the albums. He goes, I've learned so much just by hanging out with him. And I'm like, good. And I'm glad you made friends, because those are the kids that will probably be your friends forever. So I'm happy for him. And he only lives 10 minutes away from him. So that's good.
Yep.
And he's talking about when he turns 15, getting a job at one of the Publix or something, stocking shelves or doing whatever, so he can start saving up to buy a car. I'm like, okay, go, boy.
Yeah, I don't even. What is the age that you can start getting a part-time job in Florida?
He said that you can get a permit at 14 if you're in high school.
Oh, the driver's permit. Yeah.
No, to work.
Oh, you need a permit to work?
Yes, and when you're in high school, yeah. So, yeah, the driver's is 16.
Yeah.
So, I got a year and 5 months or so to worry about that.
Well, when I was growing up, it was 8 for farm work outside of vegetable gardening and chicken tending and that kind of stuff. But if you wanted to go actually do the farm work, like drive the hay tractor or something, and
I didn't hear
it was
that. You
8.
were
You
robotting.
could start doing that. Never mind. I'm just saying you could start doing farm work in Kansas at 8, and
Wow.
you could have a permit to drive to and from work or to and from school at 14.
Oh my. Is it still that way?
I don't know.
Well, I got Google right here. Google knows everything, supposedly. Wow. In Kansas, you can apply for a driver's permit, also known as an instruction permit or loaner's permit, when you are between the ages of 14 and 17.
Yeah. And you're only
You
allowed
must-
to drive to work
Yeah.
or school.
You must have a licensed adult who is at least 21 in the front seat at all times.
Oh, that's changed.
You are 14 or 15, you need parental improvement.
Yeah, you always had to have that. But the having to have the adult in the car with you at all times, that's changed.
You cannot use wireless communication devices except to report illegal activity or to summon medical or emergency help. After holding your permit for 1 year, you can get a restricted license at age 16 that limits passengers to one non-sibling under 21 and restricts driving after 9 p.m. After 6 months with the restrictive license, you can apply for a full license without restriction. Wow. The state of Kansas does not allow participants under the age of 14 to receive permits. That's interesting. Well, I guess if you got to drive farm equipment and stuff. Yep. Got to get them young boys out there on the farm so they can start working like men.
Oh, dude, we were looking forward to it because once you got that learner's permit, or they called it learner's permit back then. You could start making money. My grandpa taught us even before we could fucking drive, from his from the time we could read, that a man with a truck had a job.
Mm-hmm.
And by God, did we ever fucking put that to work? You see somebody out there bucking hay, stop your truck and say, hey, what do you pay for bail? Or
people are always hiring if you're willing to put in the hard work. That's true. Absolutely.
That's true. We used to get it out of the field and stack it in the barn. We got fucking 5 cents a bale back in the day. I'm sure it's more now. But most of the people don't even use square bales anymore. They're all round, big ass round bale. They don't need the extra help like they used
to. It's amazing.
But on your days when you couldn't find any fucking pickup work, you went and cut firewood. And you sold that.
Yeah.
Somebody always had a fucking hedgerow that they wanted cleared out.
I used to cut grass. I started at about 12. Cut grass, shovel snow.
Mm-hmm. Rake leaves, clean gutters.
Yeah.
All the fucking kid work, And
then when I turned 15 and got my work permit, I started working at a chicken farm, but me and snapping chicken necks didn't get along real well. So I went and started washing dishes at a Polynesian restaurant.
All right. That's right, Zeke.
Yep. Cindy just got home. Had to go get the car washed. The Armada, my blue Armada looked white from all the salt.
Boy, did I get it there in time.
Ain't none of these guys fucking filling their tank. What the fuck?
Funny.
It's that fat girl's revenge.
Well, this guy at least is fucking driving away.
Yeah.
Oh, you got there right on time. Nice. Hey, Moki Alex. Hola.
Yo, Moki. Okay. Write the mileage down. 364550. I'll be back. That's right, Sammy. I'll be back. Tell him, Sam. That's right. You need to know.
That's right. Vote Biden.
I'll be back in just a bit. I'm going to take a big old shit at
Okay.
poetry. My rice is looking good. Ah, yeah, beautiful rice. Needs some flavor though. What should we put in there? I think some pepper, red pepper. That sounds good. A little red pepper, some garlic salt, and some seasoned salt. It'll be delicious. Come quitting time. That'll make your asshole burn. Woohoo! And the piece de la resistance, a little chahula. Actually, a lot of it.
That's good stuff. Hey, Brandon.
All right. You ready, Sam? Good. Let's go.
What if he said no?
He never says no.
Oh, okay.
He's a road tripping fool. Says, I was born for the road, motherfucker. Hey, Cholo. And you know what we just had right there?
Some rice?
Well, a little bit. I had to sample it, of course. But that was our 30-minute break. I love paper logs. Got our business done.
So when you return to the center, do you uncouple from the trailer so they can load it?
Well, when I go back to the distribution center, I drop the empty in the empty lot and either pick up a new load or I will be sent home for the day.
Okay.
But when I go to the store, I drop off a full one and pick up an empty one. And head back to the distribution center.
Well, hopefully, when all this stuff settles between the drivers and the company, maybe you can get on with them permanently. That would be nice.
Yeah. Big pay increase, but apparently there's a little bit of bullshit involved.
Yeah.
But
comes with the territory.
Comes with the territory. As long as you go into it with fucking open eyes, it ain't gonna screw with you too much.
Yeah, they were charging the drivers $3 to cash their paychecks.
Yeah. Well, if they wanted it, I guess it was like within 3 working days of it being deposited.
They were. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you waited to withdraw it, they didn't charge you that fee.
But payday's payday.
Yeah, those guys that living paycheck to paycheck, we're getting fucked, and that ain't fair.
No. Well, apparently, from what I understand, reading up on that, they were using their own Walmart bank to have the deposit accounts in.
Yep.
And then they were charging them to access their money.
Yep.
So
that's exactly what they were doing.
So that's why they took it to federal court.
Had a paperwork tsunami because the fucking window's open. Okay, crisis averted. I was trying to wipe off my mirror because it's fucking frozen. I'm just gonna hit the mirror heater and fucking let it be.
Easy tried to get in earlier while you were pumping fuel and all that stuff.
Yeah. He'll be back.
Hey, Radical Raptor, what's up, brother? Everything's good, Rafter. No complaints, brother. How are you? I see you shorten your name on the screen, Brandon.
Mr. Pig.
Yep.
Yep.
Rafter says he's doing good, just hanging out at work.
Nice.
I wonder if Ape ever got that phone call. Probably not.
I don't know. What phone call are you talking about?
When he called down to the central office to get that other engine,
Oh. I do not know.
and he had 20 minutes left of work. Rafter wants to know how you were doing today, Brandon.
Doing good. I waited around till the roads got clear before I started driving today. And I have to say that the Kansas Department of Transportation did a fine job clearing off the highway. They didn't have it finished when I drove down this morning, but on my way back now, it's perfect. I'm up at regular speed.
I seen Hammer didn't have a stream last night. He was having technical difficulties.
That's what his host said.
No, Raptor, it's not snowing in PA. It's bright and nice and overcast.
That's the beautiful thing about storms in Kansas. They come and they go. I didn't really start getting snow yesterday until I got to Emporia.
Is that one of the larger towns in the state?
Well, in a Kansas sort of way, yeah.
That's what I was asking, yeah.
Yeah. There's really only two population centers in Kansas: Kansas City and Wichita. Then they have a couple of decent-sized towns like Emporia and Hayes, and they're maybe 45, 50,000. Topeka's maybe 100,000.
Yeah, that's a nice sized town.
Yeah. Other than that, they're little bitty.
The city of Pittsburgh has lost over 50% of its population from my date of birth to the present. That's
I
amazing.
don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Happens when you fucking ship all the jobs overseas. People leave. Why would they want to pay big city taxes when they can't afford it? Also, the downtown of every major city is ruled by the Democrats. Nobody wants to fucking put up with that bullshit, so they fucking go to the suburbs.
I have learned that even a half hour outside the city limits is not far enough.
No.
Amazing. Is that snow on the back windows?
Yep.
I didn't think you
That
were
guy.
allowed to do that.
You're not. But that person was too lazy to fucking scrape their window.
I watched a video yesterday of a guy getting pulled over in Southern California in his Dodge Demon Charger
Uh-huh.
or Challenger, I mean. And he originally is from somewhere in the Midwest, Missouri or
Right.
Kansas, I forget which one. And the highway patrol officer's telling him that he has illegal modifications on his car. He's like, "No, I do not. These are all up to code from where I live." Well, this is California and we have different rules. He goes, and he said, "Yeah, but I'm not a resident." People are insane. There should only be one standard for the whole country. Not
That's
that
not an
California
enumerated
exemption
power.
shit.
That's not an enumerated power.
No.
You know, the government to be able to fucking make standards, the cafe standards, that's not an enumerated power either. Neither is fucking low flush toilet or mandated fucking electric cars. It's unconstitutional.
I disagree.
Let's hear it.
because of the Commerce Clause in the Constitution, that what I do in Pennsylvania is not illegal in the other 49 states. That would
That's
over
true.
that
I'm talking federal.
yeah. Well, there shouldn't be any of the cafe standards or toilet regulations, and none of that crap. I agree but in an issue where you're from Pennsylvania and the guy in California is saying, well, your car is illegal in California, or like what they make you do with your truck to go into California, that's absurd.
It is. And that's why
That
we don't
should
do
be
business with
illegal.
California.
Yeah. And
We just fucking don't do business there. Fuck them.
well, my understanding is what I read earlier, that is one of the things that the Doge boys are looking at.
Yeah.
Is getting rid of all those carve-out exemptions for California. No. Everybody's got to be the same. If you buy a car in Pennsylvania, do you know that emissions has to comply with California state emissions, and you're paying for that in the car because of the chance that you might drive the car into California. Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah, we didn't vote for that. We didn't
I
vote for
didn't
the
vote for that
lunatics.
shit.
Yeah, we didn't vote for the fucking lunatics that put it into practice in California.
Mm-mm.
Fuck them. They got to comply with the rest of us, not the other way around.
If I was the governor of one of the states surrounding California, I'd make it impossible for Californians to enter my state without going through a state inspection. You want to drive through Nevada? Well, this is our compliance laws. You and your car have to go through the $50 compliance inspection. That'll end that shit quick. How about that wildfire? Over 10,000 homes burned up.
Just as a marriage license is respected from state to state to state, so should your fucking vehicle registration be. They're two official fucking state government fucking documents. There's no difference. They are issuance of fucking permission to own and drive a car in Pennsylvania, and California has nothing to fucking say about it. Would California do the same thing to marriage licenses? They certainly expect everybody to respect the gay marriages everywhere, and that's law of the land. You have to, if somebody gets married in a state where it's legal to get married,
Mm-hmm.
those marriages have to be respected by other states.
Except in California.
No, there's no except in California. That's that's Supreme Court fucking ruled on that shit. And if it works for a marriage license, why shouldn't it work for any other kind of fucking license?
Well, that's what I'm saying. California is the exception to every rule. We have to abide by their crackpots, but they don't have to abide by our laws. It's ridiculous. They just introduced a House bill for national reciprocity, excuse me, for gun rights in this Congress already.
Good.
How you like that?
I like it.
Because Trump will sign that.
Yeah. Speaking of Trump, what is happening today with his court case?
They sentenced him. No fine, no jail time. But let me double check. This is from Reuters. Trump avoids jail or punishment at hush money sentencing days before inauguration. That's not what he was convicted of. That's not what the charges were.
Charges were fucking falsifying fucking tax documentations.
Yeah, 3 pages. Three pages.
That,
In one entry.
that's going to get fucking...
Yeah.
That's going to get thrown out. They introduced evidence during the trial from his official acts while president.
But even that, and when his attorney paid the $160,000, and they put it down as an NDA legal expense, well, that's what it is. He paid the lawyer. Okay, that's what it is. A non-disclosure agreement is a legal expense. Even Dershowitz was talking about that. He goes, there is no crime here. None of this is a criminal offense. None of it. So I guess Monday so now that the trial's over, now they can start investigating Mershon and his daughter. That's the big thing. She made all them millions of dollars off of Kamala Harris while her dad's putting a gag on Trump. I don't know if you've ever watched Dershowitz's podcast.
I read some of his stuff. I don't watch him.
It took him 83 years to realize that the liberals are wrong. He finally gets it.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care one way or the other. Dershowitz is first and foremost out for Dershowitz. When it was cool to fucking bash on the Republicans because it was fucking Nixon, Dershowitz was bashing on the Republicans because it was Nixon. Then he became the esteemed scholar, hanging out all those years teaching law liberally. Then he got a job on Fox News. And lo and behold, Alan Dershowitz became a conservative. I don't fucking believe a word that comes out of that guy's mouth.
He had a rant about Biden giving Soros and Clinton the presidential medal.
I'm sure he did.
I was laughing. He's like, that. How do you give a Nazi sympathizer who was an active participant in the Holocaust?
They call that a collaborator.
Yeah. And he just... But if there's one thing,
child,
yeah.
But he still did it.
Well, he was what, 14 when the war ended?
Yep. But he was helping his father, who was actually responsible for fucking rounding people up and sending them to the ovens.
Yep.
Oh, and they were taking their shit, too.
Yeah, they were robbing them, yeah.
Here's some for the Nazis, here's some for the fucking Soros family.
Yep. And how did he make his money? Destroying the Italian lira and the British pound.
And Iceland. And Hungary. And probably a couple more places that I don't know about.
Oh, yeah, I don't know to the extent of, how many countries he's damaged. But he did try to do it to the U.S. dollar too.
But he's done us worse. Fucking all of these fucking Soros-funded district attorneys that are turning a blind eye to crime, making our cities fucking unlivable.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to get a little squirrely. Time to slow her down, Brad.
Is that starting to freeze the road?
Yeah. Well, when you got really wet, like I've got here,
Mm-hmm.
the calcium carbonate, I believe it's what you put on the roads here in Kansas, works okay till about 26. Well, it's right at 26 right now. I was going under that bridge there, and the part that was in the shadow was a little squirrely, so I'm slowing it down.
Well, you're empty too, right?
Yep.
So
But
that
luckily,
doesn't help.
Luckily, the wind is not blowing like
Good.
yesterday.
I've seen an estimate on the news feed that they're saying it's going to be $20 billion just in the last fire in California alone to rebuild.
Yep. And Biden has already promised that he'll cover everything.
Why? That's the insurance company's job.
And
It's not my job.
There's still people living in fucking tents in North Carolina.
And there's still people living in tents in Hawaii.
After they got their fucking $600. Just because it's a fucking democratic state, you're going to pay for everything? Come on, treat them the same fucking way. Or don't. Treat the guys in fucking North Carolina and Hawaii. I think everybody in Hawaii is pretty much recovered by now. It's been, what, 5 years? Anyways.
Well, next time's Frost on, I'll ask him. He'll know.
Yeah. Anyways, treat those people in California the same as you treated the people in North Carolina. Give them $600. That's how they fucking like it. Oh, but we can't do that because that's where our fucking donors live.
Well, they just cleared out a large swath of illegal alien encampments. That's all.
There are no illegal alien encampments. They fucking put them up at hotels.
No, the homes that those people were living in, a lot of them are rented.
Yeah.
So say you own five or six homes and a bunch of apartments, you can rent them out and make a killing.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they do in California. That's why a house costs over $1 million.
Yeah. You know a lot more about the rental industry than I do. I know I never want to rent again. That's about all I know about it. If you're renting, you're throwing money down the toilet every month. The only thing you benefit out of it is keeping the weather off yourselves.
There was a time where renting was the way to go because it was so much cheaper than buying a home and coming up with the 20% down, especially if you were single. But now the rental rates in the mortgage payment are almost identical.
I don't see how, if you're going to be living in a newer construction, how your rate isn't a little bit more than the mortgage rate. You know, how is the landlord supposed to make money if he mortgaged to build the thing and buy the property? He's got to charge more than what his costs are to make
Correct.
money.
But if you, like in my dad's case, his buildings, he is a 12 unit. And what was the other one? He has another one that I think has 12 apartments and a couple storefronts in it. And he has some other buildings too, but those are the two big ones.
Right.
So whatever, say you bought it 50 years ago or 30 years ago, 1990.
Yeah.
And you bought the building for $1 million. Well, 30 years later, that building's paid off. And, you know, of course you have your maintenance, but that because the building's paid off, you're not having to keep paying that note.
Right.
So that's why that renting out of that building would be lower than a new construction building. It's not as nice as the new construction building, but it's lower because the landlord does, his profit margin, it can be kept the same at a lower rate.
Right.
And usually buildings like that are in older sections of town anyways.
Mhm.
So
Which translates to not as desirable.
like he's holding on to the biggest buildings he has. We were talking about this today at lunch. I'd asked him about that. Now that he's, 83, and is he going to be, what's he plan on doing with his buildings? And he said he's holding on to them because one of an acquaintance that my brother knows that's in the
Mm-hmm.
apartment business, there, the area that he's at is, the town is going to gentrify the area, try to get rid
Right.
of try to get rid of the move the people out, build all new buildings. So they're just waiting for that property boom to hit and then sell.
Smart.
That they've already been made offers from a couple different people on these buildings, but this is just the beginning of it. Once that first or second building will start construction, then you can sell it because it's going to be at the high, that property is going to be at its highest value. So that's what they're waiting for, and which makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't profit from it. I'm not a member of their corporation. I never bought into it. It's between my parents and my brother.
Right. But you still wish them well.
Yeah,
And
and
good on them.
I help them. I used to do a lot more than I do now, obviously, but
Yeah.
and like my dad said, he keeps his apartments because it gives him something to do. He doesn't have his catering business anymore. He shut that down in 2020. So he's got to do something to, he can't just sit there and watch Fox News all day. Your head will explode.
Right.
So, yeah, it's, so I understand it. But if something would happen to my father, I could see my mom and my brother selling the properties, all of them, as as quickly as possible, just so they don't have to deal with it anymore. So hopefully,
Is your brother older or younger than you?
he's 4 years younger than me. Yep, he's younger. I think the middle niece graduates this year from college,
Oh, cool.
and the my youngest niece I think has 2 more years at the after this spring's semester ends. Well, she'll have more than that because she's going to veterinary school, but at Penn State.
I heard it's harder to get into vet school than it is to get into med school.
Over the holidays we were discussing that, and they used to say produce every year like 3,000 veterinarians. It's like 12 or 15,000 now. People are there's a lot of schools that have opened up. It's becoming big business, taking care of pets.
Yeah, it is.
It's
One of my dad's last dog before the one they've got now. He's such a nice dog, but he died of cancer, and the University of Colorado has a canine cancer research center, and that's one of the tax write-offs my dad does, is donates to the canine cancer research center.
Cindy
And
looked into that.
stuff. There's a lot of stuff my dad donates to that I really couldn't care less about. But when I was home over Christmas, I told him that even after him and Mom are gone, we'll keep donating to that until they find a cure for cancer for dogs.
When Chloe had her cancer, Cindy looked into that, and our vet recommended the Colorado cancer. It's just they do a good job there. Ro's in the chat, and so is Douglas Edwards. Hello, Douglas.
Doug down from the boot heel of Missouri.
Boy, that's a beautiful sky.
This is the Flint Hills. This is all one ranch. Everything you're seeing is owned by one family and has been since the fucking 1800s.
Wow. I can't imagine how many acres that is.
Well, there are like 4 towns and 2 counties that are inside this ranch.
What? 4 towns and 2 counties inside of one ranch.
Yep.
Whew. I'd hate to see that tax bill.
You know, I think they found a way to make it work.
Yeah. I'm surprised the government hasn't tried to take the land from them.
That's what they call taxes. You don't pay them, it will.
Yeah.
And they did eminent domain this highway right through the fucking middle of it.
They call that progress.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost 4:30 my time. What the heck? What the heck?
Well, if Hemi was watching, it's dope 30.
Yeah, it's 4:24 right now, so I'm sure he's in a cloud of smoke.
I just realized I didn't send either one of you guys a text message this morning. My bad.
That's all right. I just got an interesting text message from the HOA president,
Yeah.
and it's about a fine that they levied on somebody that hasn't been paying their dues. But what
Right.
he added at the end, I find to be a little telling. I generally do not support variance requests or votes on rules and regulations. If we're consistently going to hold votes to circumvent our own rules, then we shouldn't have them. We need to keep our nose out of the daily operations and allow ACRI to do their job. Wish this homeowner all the best, and I'm empathetic to their situation, but I don't think it's fair to waive penalties if we aren't doing it for anyone else.
That was a shot at you. Yeah.
Well, it was a response to hers, but that does include what he thinks of my request. Yep. I find that funny. Now, see, I'm the exact opposite. If you have a legitimate reason for a variance, out of the 9 years I've been on the board, I've only voted no one time. But then again, I think a lot of the rules that we have, I disagree with them. You know, they put in a rule saying that your dog must be kept on a no more than a 6-foot leash. And I asked them, well, how can you enforce that? Because the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania does not have a leash law. nor does the township that I live in. It says that you must have your dog under control. It doesn't stipulate it has to be on a leash or anything else.
Yep.
So how can you write a
Sammy.
rule? Yeah. You can't write a
Well,
rule
Sammy
that
is.
circumvents the state law.
No, you can't. Little Sammy is. Except when I think he's going to run into traffic,
Mm-hmm.
he is on voice command.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people who do that with their dogs.
Yes.
Who really, in fact, I feel bad putting him on a leash because he is smart enough and well enough behaved that he can be around anyone, anywhere. And the only time I, worry about it is if we are headed back to the truck and he gets excited and runs across the lane of traffic. That's the only time I ever fucking leash him.
If I take Zeke out of my yard, I will have him on a leash just for the simple fact is if not that I don't think he will stop, but if he ever doesn't, there's no way I can catch him.
No.
And I just think it's good manners to have a large dog on the leash.
You remember Zeus and Apollo on fucking Magnum PI?
Yes.
They never were on a leash and they didn't need to be.
But they were never off the plantation, though.
Yeah, I know.
If
I'm certain that those dogs in real life were that trustworthy all the time. And lots of people have dogs that are that well behaved.
Well, Cindy and I are going to contact our dog trainer, Michelle, and work with Zeke and get him to that level. Because when once you get them to that level, because now he knows his neighborhood after 2 months, knows his boundaries of his yard. We've been letting him out without being on the leash with us. When I shovel or we take him for a ride, he just runs right into the car.
Right.
So he's demonstrating that he understands the privilege of being off the leash. So, but it takes time.
Yeah, you've got to work with them.
Yep, and that's what we're doing.
And it's every day, and it never stops their whole life.
Well, dogs like that what do you call it?
Interaction.
That environment, a regulated environment where they know what to expect.
Yeah. Plus, they look at it like a game. What are we doing now, boss?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, boss. What's next?
Yeah, my parents, when we had our German Shepherd Odin, he was never on a leash. No matter where we took him, we used to take him into the woods behind my house and let him run through the woods, and he'd come, when you called him, and yeah, he's.
Yeah, he was watching you. That was his job.
Yeah.
When you were a little kid.
Oh, 125-pound German Shepherd. That was a big boy. Is it? You know, I like to have a dog that's well behaved. It's important, but the interaction that I enjoy the most is their friendship.
Yeah. I don't see any difference between working with them and loving them.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Just, it's like every dog I've ever had that I've trained, they are proud when they figure some trick out. Or like with Sammy, the first thing he learned how to do was fetch.
Mm-hmm.
The hardest thing to teach him so far has been to sit. Now, once he figured out sit, he had stay down in 15 minutes. It's like, Senor, I'm already close to the ground. Why do I have to sit?
Zeke doesn't like to sit. He doesn't like to put his butt down on things. It's either lay down or stand up is what he likes. So if I tell him down, he'll go all the way down.
Yeah, it works.
Yep, it works
Because
for me.
the purpose is to get them to stop moving.
Yes.
Like,
Aro wants to know, what about shock collar for women?
sounds like a great idea.
Hey, Seraphim. Yep. That's funny. Oh.
I need to get one of the fucking clipboards. The plastic ones you can put other pieces of paper inside.
They sell them at Walmart.
I know. I'm waiting until I can fucking get into the store without having to trudge through fucking snow to do it.
They sell everything at Walmart. That's amazing. That is amazing that whatever you want, really, whatever you want, they have it at a Walmart or online. I don't know how the hell they do it. And if they don't have it, Amazon has it.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of out of the Amazon business for the time being, except for presents. And I find it's damn nice for presents. Like, we were going to be going to see my freaking great nephew. Can you believe that? I have a grand nephew.
Wow.
Grand nephew. And he caught first pink eye, then hand, foot, and mouth disease at his daycare. And with my dad being as sick as he was earlier in the year with his liver problems, we didn't feel like it was cool to take grandpa, or great grandpa in this case, down to meet the great, not meet, but go down to see little Gabe. So we didn't do that. But it was sure nice to be able to send him and my nephew and his wife presents on Amazon. I didn't have to worry about them missing out on my Christmas presents Christmas morning.
Oh yeah, that is tremendous. Yep. And it cuts out the third party. I don't have to worry about getting it shipped to me, going to the post office or FedEx, and shipping it to wherever it's. Nope, they'll just ship it straight there. It's beautiful.
And on Amazon, like, Gabe's mom had this list of things for that they thought were appropriate for Gabe at his age and everything. I didn't even have to fucking think about what to buy the kid. Now, she did have, an oversight where she didn't get the cool stuff, and I had to buy that extra. But Gabe is into Thomas the Tank Engine toys.
Nice.
He's really liking that. He's a little over 2 now, and she had the basic set and some of the little other engines or the activity centers like the roundhouse and that kind of train stuff, right? But she forgot the bridge. You gotta have a bridge. Come on. So I got in some track and some bridge and a few more engines and cars.
Mr. Topham Hat.
Yeah.
I wonder if Mouth of Gabe 8 played with Thomas the Tank Engine when he was a kid, or if he still does when he goes home.
He probably does now, but they didn't have Thomas the Tank Engine when we were kids. His Ape is about my age, maybe a little bit younger.
Okay.
I think Ape is 53 or so, 54.
Wasn't that George Carlin?
Yeah, he was the best narrator. They've had other people, but George was the best. Ringo Starr did it for a while too.
Yeah, I was going to say Ringo did it too. George Carlin. That dude was ahead of his time.
Yeah, he was.
Yep. I have a happy dog. He just had dinner. Good boy. Yeah. What's going on here? Riggs says Ape loves steam-powered marital aids. He's that old. Oh, that's funny. I always count on Riggs for coming up with a zinger.
And here's our turn to go to Ottawa.
RO said we're breaking the rule.
Oh, he's lurking. You know he is. He's already called in RO.
He's probably eating steak.
He's probably hanging out with his puppy. He's off work by now, hopefully. If not, he's freezing his ass off fucking trying to get some fucking engine fixed in the middle of nowhere.
Waiting on that phone call.
But he's a lurker.
Rafter wants to know, what do you think the likelihood of all of LA burning to the ground?
We can only hope.
Then the whole place would be tent city.
Yeah, but it would clean up the shit on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
That burns too.
I didn't read the article, but some knucklehead tried to say that we should make Ted Nugent the ATF director. Uncle Ted. He goes, that'll solve the ATF problem.
Yeah.
Well, apparently somebody submitted a bill in one of the committees to eliminate the ATF from the Federal Registry.
Good. They need to get rid of it. And the
Education,
Department of Education.
arts.
Yeah. And they need to roll fucking the weapons, nuclear weapons, into the Department of Defense and let energy be content with fucking energy. Department of the Interior needs fucking a thorough going through. Get out all the activists out of there. Same way with the Department of the Interior, or what is it? EPA.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get rid of the activists out of there, as well as the National Science Foundation. NASA needs to fucking get back to its mission, which is the exploration of space, and get out of the education business. 90% of NASA's budget goes to community outreach and education.
Well, they're failing miserably. My theory is if it is a federal agency that every state has, I don't need it.
Nope. Get rid of it at the federal level or the state level, not have both. That includes welfare.
Yes, that should be a state program, not a federal program. Now, obviously, the VA would still be around because the contract between the enlistee and the enlister is a federal contract.
Yep.
That's something that the state.
Well, that's not welfare.
No, but I'm just saying that's something that should remain a federal thing because you're breaking these people. You're responsible for them. That was the deal. They signed the check for up to one life, and the government would take care of them for that. Yep. I actually think that nuclear reactors, the power plants, should be a DOD project. And that way you can get rid of the Department of Energy altogether.
Well, I
Because
believe
that way it takes the states, all the civilian people out of the business, unless you're a DOD employee.
I don't want that. I want the breeder reactors to be completely government controlled, but the normal power generating reactors to be in the hands of whatever entity is responsible for producing and distributing electricity in the state that it resides in. There's, there's a difference between, a breeder reactor, which is set up to make plutonium,
Mm-hmm.
and just a regular fission reactor.
The reason why I say it should be a DOD is because of the enormous value to our Defense Department to have those reactors up and running.
You understand that only 5% of our reactors in America are breeder reactors, right?
Yes, but without the power generation for the national grid, the the defense of our nation is going to be harmed.
Yeah, well, my reaction to that is I don't trust the fucking government to fucking wipe its own ass. And I don't want them, I want them as small as possible and out of everything that they don't fucking need to be in. I think that efficiencies in reactors fucking went to shit because of overregulation starting as a reaction to fucking 3 Mile Island. And
Concur.
that stupid fucking communist fucking China syndrome movie. Direct fucking propaganda by the Soviet Union to fucking kill our nuclear program.
Setting the table for dinner. It's almost dinner time. You almost back to your distribution center? I guess that would be forced. Are you
And
almost back
here's
to
something.
the distribution center, Brandon?
Oh, I'll tell you when I see the mile marker.
Because it's almost dinner time here.
Oh, you go ahead and eat. Another thing that would be tremendous that they need to do is figure out how to destroy these fucking money laundering operations, like the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, the education industrial complex, everything that's out there now that's a government program. They figured out how to fucking monetize it into a fucking money laundering system.
Yeah, amen to
And
that.
Bon appetit.
Alrighty, sir. I will see you on the road tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
up, Seraphim? Hello, Rafter. I said that already. My bad. Hello.
Nice.
Oh no! How you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well today. How about you?
I'm all right. Been a nice, relaxing day.
Working for Walmart.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's really nice because my Qualcomm system is down, and I'm on a paper logbook.
Oops.
And I'm hearing an echo from your end.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's strange. I. It's. I forgot my monitors.
Oh, the monitors.
Yep.
Yep. It seems to be gone away now. So whatever you did, fix it.
Yeah, because I was on the speakers and on the headphones at the same time. That's why. My bad.
No worries.
So I heard you just plan to nuke your channel today again.
We were talking about nuclear energy.
Yeah, crazy conspiracy theories. We shouldn't talk about. No.
Okay.
No. I take the blame for the front stream.
Okay, it's all your fault.
Yep. You asked for it, I delivered. It's all my fault.
I blame Penis Ghost.
Man, it was just crazy how fast they nuked your video and go after you for that.
Yeah, that's weird. But and how much other people can get away with versus
Yeah.
the freaking trivial joke. An obvious fucking joke.
Yeah, they come to steal your beer. Whatever it is, but
You know, and it wasn't even good beer. It was Guinness.
yeah. I agree with you. Not the best one.
Hamster loves it, but it's kind of an acquired taste.
You know, you
I think
drink.
I'll have some fermented bread. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bread in my glass.
Yes, it sounds like breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yo. You sound tired.
I am a little bit. I have some power issues with my truck that I need to take care of.
Battery or what was it?
I'm having power fluctuations at night while I'm doing what they call smart idle.
Uh-huh.
And every time the power fluctuates, it turns off my CPAP machine.
Oh.
And whenever that happens, I can't freaking breathe because I'm getting my air in through the CPAP machine.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it wakes me up.
So obviously you can't have enough sleep with that.
And
Yeah.
there used to be, before they fucking dicked with the programming on the truck, a way you could lie to the truck and have it just idle all the time. And I never had any problem with that. They are on this big fuel economy thing, and they knew about the cheat for idling, and now it's in the computer that you can't cheat the idle anymore. So what I have to do is set up a secondary electrical system to run my CPAP off of,
Just for to survive.
just so I can fucking sleep all night long.
I hear you well. My good friend Tony has the same problem as you. He sleeps with CPAP since 15 years now. I'm glad he's still alive and he makes what he makes. No, I'm hoping the same for you. That you can, once in a while have a good sleep.
Yeah. What I'm going to have to do, they fucking have already gotten after me about doing, is they don't like me having a fucking battery inside of the truck.
Because it could catch fire.
1 in a million chance.
Yeah, but that's the excuse.
Right?
excuse.
But the chance of me fucking wrecking the truck because I'm exhausted is actually much higher.
Yeah, of course.
Now, if they were really concerned about it, they could put on a fucking APU on the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have an auxiliary power source that I could use instead of fucking idling this giant fucking engine.
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Zombro, sir.
How
Welcome
are
to
you
the show.
guys?
Whoa!
Good to see you.
Doing
Brother
great,
Zambro,
Eric.
Seraphim, Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year to you, brother.
Look forward to some chess games this year. You and my daughter.
Oh,
Well, Eric, Seraphim might be a good person to think about giving some of those books that you love so much.
Which books?
I believe the one that you gave, the one that you gave to Chaos would be perfect for Seraphim.
That's true.
which
That's
one?
true. Seraphim, would you be interested in a copy of Great Vaginas Through History?
No.
Oh no, that's not what you gave Seraphim.
I gave Chaos the cats of the USA or Ireland because he's a cat guy.
And right, and you gave him Living with a Micro Penis.
Yes, yes. Yes, because in all actuality, and I'm not wrong on this, the cover of that book, did that not look like Chaos?
It did. It did.
Checkmate.
I've had a good trip. It's been a lot of fun.
It's good to hear you, brother.
And you're safely back home now?
Yeah.
No. I come home tomorrow, the 11th.
Okay.
I leave in the morning. But a few of my friends want to come down and hang out for a while. A few of my, how would you say, friends on the plantation. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah. Well, maybe your buddy who is married to the feminist
Oh,
would appreciate the Oklahoma lifestyle.
yes, yes. I was telling my one friend, telling my friend Bob, I was like, you know, I go, Oklahoma's great. He goes, what's so great about it? He goes, it's in the middle of nowhere. I go, constitutional carry state, no limits on ammo, no gun registry.
Shall
He goes,
not be infringed.
yeah, and then I go, and the state is crimson red. It's not one of those purple dumb shits or whatever. And he's like, all right, you sold me.
Yeah. Wait till he finds out about the summer, though.
Yeah, he,
That's its only drawback.
yeah. You know what was funny was just even if you just go with the Second Amendment stuff, he went down to try to buy some ammo. He had to fill out paperwork and he had to explain why he wanted to buy new ammo. This is in New York on Long Island, Suffolk County. And he's like, what do you mean I have to fill out paperwork? He's like, I just want more ammo. And he goes, I know, you know. He's like, but the federal government wants an essay as to why you feel you need it.
That ain't the feds. That's the
Yeah.
state.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Well, so my answer to you is anytime for chess games against you or your doctor. She's crazy. She's playing chess while jogging, right?
Yes.
In the next room.
She beat me senseless while she was running on the track or out here, and she had her Bluetooth hooked up, and I was playing her.
And you were in front of the game, right?
I was in front of the chessboard, and she was outside, and she was able to not just beat me, but she beat me soundly.
You mean she kicked your ass?
Yes. Yes. Look, I always say my daughters are smart, and I say I'm not a dumb guy, but compared to my youngest daughter, my older daughter and I are basically, monkeys who throw shit at the viewing cage.
Stop! No, you're not. Absolutely. You know your level.
Hey, Rafter, I hope you're doing good, sir. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh, by the way, Happy New Year to everybody listening. Hope you all had a safe one. You too, Seraphim. Hope you had a healthy, Happy New Year.
I do my best, and I wish the best for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish the best for everybody listening, and you too, Brandon. You too, Seraphim. You guys,
And you too,
you guys
Eric.
truly are a blessing to call as friends, and I'm proud to call you my friends.
For me, it's an honor to play against chess masters.
And I need to get you that stuff on in Curtis LeMay.
Yes, you do. That's right. Our homework was due this week, today, actually. I have mine ready to go. I just got to post it. I'll do it tomorrow when I get home. But Father Saunders already picked his. General Giap from Vietnam defeating the French at Dien Bien Phu.
Okay.
Uh,
And wait, when I start texting you tonight, don't reply to me until I'm done.
Yeah, I will. No problem.
Okay.
Mine is going to be Konstantin Rokossovsky from the Soviet Union, World War II. My older daughter,
He was definitely a badass.
he was a badass.
I like Zukov better, but
He was actually better than Zhukov because he actually ignored the orders from Zhukov, and what he did when he ignored those orders actually saved Stalingrad. Pretty badass. But my older daughter picked Heinz Guderian, and my younger daughter picked what I consider pretty boring, but not a bad choice, George S. Patton.
yeah, always a good choice.
Yeah, oh no, I'm not denying that. I'm not going to say it's a bad choice, but you know, everybody always goes, "Oh, Patton was the best."
Well, he was the best American.
He was the best for, yeah, definitely. But LeMay is definitely a damn good choice.
Because LeMay was more than just World War II.
Yeah, I love LeMay because he said, he goes, look, if we can't destroy the factories, why don't we just firebomb the cities around where the factory workers work, and then they won't have any more factories.
Yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah. It worked.
It did. It did. It cut the zero production. It cut the Mitsubishi zero production from whatever it was down to like 25% from what it was. And he was spot on.
Yeah, and not only that, but what he did with, setting up the formation flying and formation coordinated bombing.
Yep.
Nobody'd ever thought about doing that before. Okay,
No.
We're fucking bombing them. We're fucking really inaccurate. Well, if we have a bunch of guys flying in a group over the target, somebody's shit's going to hit it. And while we're flying around, we can support each other with the guns on our fucking planes.
Yep. He decided to use the 50 calibers as also a weapon instead of a defensive weapon.
Yeah.
There you go.
And he was the first general to say, look, why are we bombing from 20,000 feet? We own the air. Take them from 20,000 feet down to 10,000 feet, bomb the shit out of these people so we get better accuracy. LeMay was
That was
badass.
in Japan.
Yes.
In Japan. And then another thing he did was he fucking implemented airborne refueling. His idea. He implemented fucking round the clock fucking airborne patrols. He coordinated a fucking
See, the great thing about this,
defense in depth between the fucking ICBMs and the fucking bomber forces, and he put in place planes that are still flying today. Curtis LeMay was the fucking father of the B-52.
oh yeah, definitely.
You know,
But you see, the great thing I like about this thing that me and my daughters do, and then we got, it was totally by accident that we got Father Saunders into this, because I sent him a text on the wrong info, and he was like,
you never do that.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm horrible with technology. But Saunders got involved in this, and he loved it. But doing this, you really get, like, just what you said. I never knew that he was the father of refueling in air. So, like, you learn something new every day. You really do. And Saunders loves this because, as he put it, he goes, I never really had any kind of group like this that does like history stuff or anything. He goes, it's a lot of fun, and I really appreciate it. Because like how many people do stuff like this, and like you even talked about it too, Brandon. You wanted to get a book club going. You wanted to get like a history club going. You really wanted to expand on the education of the brothers, and I appreciate that about you.
I definitely talked about the book club.
Yo, definitely, absolutely.
It never got off the ground.
Well, whatever happens with that, I'm on board.
Yeah, and I'm going to support this too because it's fun.
Yeah, no, it definitely is because it's something that a lot. Look, whether you like it or not, a lot of the brothers are absolute history buffs. So like this is right up everybody's alley. You know, but anyway, gents, I'll let you guys go, and I always hope you guys are doing good. Oh, hey, Shinobi's in the chat. Shinobi, hey, sir, Happy New Year. God bless you. God bless your family. Hope you're doing good, sir.
And we don't want to discriminate you because you're upside down and from the future. So we want you to know we hold you in the highest esteem.
You got it. Hey, guys, take care. God bless. And Brandon, I will submit my homework tomorrow or the next day, okay? Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care, Z. So, to continue, I have a question for you, Brandon.
I'm not understanding what you're saying, sir.
I have a question for you from Rix.
No, I will not put butter there, you sick fucker.
He was just asking if your CPAP can run off 12 volts.
I have a method to do that. I charge it off of the 12 volt. I charge my fucking battery off of the 12 volt, like cigarette lighter input. And then I have an inverter that runs off of the battery. Then the battery trickle charges all day long. But the inverter runs, the battery gets charged from the truck's onboard power. And then I use it at night through an inverter. If that makes any sense.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, I need 800 watts
to run through the night.
Right.
Yeah.
And I am almost to my turn to go to Walmart distribution center.
They call it the wall.
Three miles. That's where my turn is.
Question: are you still paid by mile or by hour?
I'm actually paid by the day.
Oh. So it doesn't matter whatever hours you or miles you do by day, just by day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just by the day.
Okay. So
which
you can,
is very, it's kind of relaxing.
yeah, you can be lazy.
I'm not being lazy. It's just I don't have to fucking worry about different things. I have to keep track of my mileage.
Yeah.
Because apparently
Uh,
my company is being paid by the mile,
mm,
and I'm certain there's a lower threshold.
yes.
But
All the paperwork, in fact.
yeah, lots more paperwork.
Yeah.
Like I'm probably going to spend 15 minutes on paperwork before I even go inside after I get unhooked from this trailer.
Yeah. Then.
And I'm
Oh.
definitely going to shut the stream down because I don't multitask well.
You shouldn't. In this case,
Yeah.
you need your focus, like when you're parking and being in traffic in a city jam and shit like this. You just focus on your driving, and it's an extra effort, to keep your mind talking to people at the same time, right?
Well, yeah, and I get frustrated sometimes if people ask questions about things I've already talked about.
Mm-hmm. That I can understand. I'm trying not to waffle too much, and yeah, I'll let you focus when you need it.
Like I don't talk usually when I'm going around a corner because I have to pay attention to a bunch of stuff
Mm.
that it doesn't really show on the screen. And surprisingly enough, backing up is not that difficult to do after I got the hang of it and figured out all the tricks.
Yeah, but you know the dimensions of your rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same when you take a 90 degrees corner, right? You can't take it around like something over like 120 degrees, 90
No, you
degrees.
can't.
Yeah, you.
And the different corners, all of them, a straight up 90. It really depends on how much, how sharp it is. Like this one here, I don't understand why they have such a sharp corner for a place. This is the feeder road to a place that gets a tremendous amount of truck traffic, and I have to come all the way over into the other lane to get around that corner without putting the back tires of my
Yes.
truck into the ditch.
Yep. How long is your rig?
It's 78 feet from the front to the back, and the trailer itself is 53 feet long.
Yeah. So just the tractor is 20 feet.
Yep. Well, 25 feet actually. But yeah.
Yeah.
But the tractor and the trailer share a little bit of room. Like the trailer, the pivot
Mm-hmm.
is 6 feet over the top of the back of the tractor.
Mm-hmm.
And I can change where that pivot point is as well by adjusting it. So
The height.
I can change the height as well, but I can also change the where it sits forward and aft on the truck
Oh,
for
okay.
weight and balance purposes.
Okay.
I generally keep it centered on that rail, but I could, if I'm, really heavy in the back end, move it forward on the truck to take more of the weight onto the drive tires. And there's been some loads I've had to do that with, but most of the time not.
You need to balance your weight anyway, right?
Right. Now we got a guy that's not Walmart in the Walmart only lane. He cut the line. They're gonna fucking send him back out. That guy in front of me is a naughty guy. He doesn't have one of these beautiful Walmart trailers.
But the funny part for me is that you are the only black tractor in white Walmart spaces.
Yeah. I'm really gray, but
Full of salt. That's why.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the tractor is gray. It's not black. If it was washed. now it's more gray.
But
It's
then
disgusting. I'm looking at it now. It's really bad. Oh, this guy in this blue truck, he has one of those stick shifts that sit up as high as his head. All right, now I got to let you go for a bit.
Yep. I'll be right back.
Hello, I'm empty.
All right, E2.
E2?
Yeah, I mean, just mixing my counterparts. WK, I like it. It's nice.
Okay. All right. Put her in E2. Which is one of the rows down here. Put on our little blinky blinky because it's Walmart and they want you to blinky blinky. Oh. There were no empty spots in E2. That bitch is smoking crack. We're going to turn around and put it over here. Okay. All right. Be right back, brothers. All right, brothers. Ah, there's surfing back. Well, I'm gonna shut her down for the night so I can finish my paperwork. And let me turn this around so I can talk to you face to face.
Almost.
Hey, Kevin. Welcome in, brother. Anyways, hope everybody had a great day or evening or night, depending on where you live. And we'll catch you on the road again tomorrow. Remember, no marriage, no cohabitation, no new children. That'll keep you out of indentured servitude and usury. Would you like to add something that Hemi might say, Seraphim?
Oh yeah. Don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here.
I love that. Every time I hear it, I fucking love it. So help a brother out if you get a chance. There's nobody else going to help men out except for other men. And be good to each other.
Yeah. Have a purpose in life, because if you don't have a purpose, you will find
You'll
it.
find one in women. Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, MGTOW is for normal men. Because if you're sucking a dick or taking a cock up your ass, or if you fucking have a vagina, you don't have to worry about fucking oppression by the gynocentric court system.
No.
You know.
That don't reproduce.
Yeah. Well, anyways, peace out, brothers. And I may be starting another stream. I may not. It just depends. Because they might give me another job tonight. I don't know. But I want to focus on my paperwork, and it takes some time sometimes to give new jobs out. So, bye. And I'll see you on the road again tomorrow. Or maybe later tonight.
Stay safe. Peace out.